Let me switch this over. And we should be live on YouTube now. Sweet. And on the Twitter. All right. So our plan for the day. We got GitBench, I think, to a good place. I am now running currently 42 models. That includes like effort levels, though. So let's call it, I don't know, like 16 models or something like that. I don't know. I don't know the exact number. But yeah, it's probably less than that. It's like 11 or 12, I think. But yes, yeah, so they're sitting there running on my work machine. You know, we're going to let that go. We're currently just doing like the cheap open router models, and then, or not open router, the cheap open models. And then we'll do maybe the cheap of the other companies. And then maybe we start doing the expensive ones. That's probably the right approach for that. And we might need to add Sonnet, even though Sonnet's expensive, man. But yeah, so our plan for the day is we're probably going to focus on Masijo more and maybe some other projects. In fact, I had a goofy idea. We'll see. Yeah, it'll be fun. All right, so the goofy idea. I mean, number one, I think internationalization for Masijo's marketing site would be a good idea. I probably need to switch over to Merchant of Record stuff first, though. Otherwise, like, what's the point of translation if we're only accepting US customers? But here's one of the ideas. Let's Twitter it up. Dex. All right, that's funny. Let's see. It was Wes Boss, I think. There we go. There we go. Using Mux in your product name is the new using 0 in your product name. Actually, I think I'd have to do it here. Let me just look for something and see. Yeah, exactly. Or 0 Mux. I'm not certain yet. Yeah, P. Jesta, you know me too well. I just want to double check. Jesta, you're the one that did the theme change, right? You just have a turquoise name that starts with F, and I think I was getting you confused with Fallen Learns like multiple times. Because you both start with F and you both have the turquoise color. Oh, you were here when it happened. Oh, fuck. Who was that then? So if it wasn't Fallen and it wasn't you, who else has the turquoise name? Or maybe my brain's just remembering that part wrong. Shit, so that wasn't you? Damn. We could check actually. I bet it's in the dashboard. Oh, did I miss something in Slack for work? Hmm. Okay. Yeah, what's that notification? Oh, that's what that was. All right. Let me do the multi-factor auth real quick. Yep. I was meaning to type into the phone to find this thing. Oh, it was 646. Oh, that's what it was. And I don't think they actually do have the turquoise name. I think I just mixed it up. But yeah, good call. Thank you for looking. Okay, we're doing it. Fuck it. Why not? Yeah. Okay, so we've got it now. What would we do? What would we make with it? This question looks difficult. Nah, I don't think we need that. Huh. You think it's using my other history? Yeah, I think it was using my history. How do I make it not use any of my history? Yeah, that might work. We could probably do it with just like codecs and the CLI too. Let me get the email. Let me snip this though. All right, let me just reply to the tweet. This is a good idea. This is a really good idea. This is a really good idea. All right, there we go. Time to share, of course. Pretty sure we're on the path to $1 quadrillion. No big deal. Damn right. Damn right. Zero months. Yeah, so let's get codex churning on it. Okay, and yeah, man. All right, so I definitely had the whiskey in me a bit yesterday. Because the issue was I opened a new tab that wasn't in the virtual environment. But then I ran into a totally separate issue that I would have had to like catch today anyway, and that was our CLI runner did not run using like it wasn't capable of doing commit signing. And right, like it does a bunch of Git stuff. So if I have commit signing globally configured, everything just stalled and broke. It was super annoying. So we fixed that. What whiskey yesterday? It was Four Roses. We had some single barrel to finish off, and then we didn't finish this one yet. Yeah, I haven't tried yours yet. Looking forward to it though. All right. We are currently running a bunch of benchmarks. And yeah, Bedtime Bear. Have you seen GitBench? Oh, god damn it. What the hell happens there? What is Google doing that causes that? Yeah, single. I massively really like the yellow label, the cheap one. You know. All right, so Bedtime Bear. Yeah, GitBench. We're measuring models' abilities to do things with Git. Oh, I wondered why this felt weird. It was backwards. So the basic idea being that, they might be better or worse at doing like finding like blame, doing branch cleanup, cherry picking commits, commit squashing, bisecting, etc. Right? And at least one model gets 100% with most of these. But if we go back, right now we've only run 4 models. They're the cheap ones so that, we could just test it. Is Gemini any good? It depends on the model of Gemini. We haven't run it since doing a bunch of changes, but Gemini 3.5 Flash and 3.1 Pro are more expensive to run than Opus and GPT 5.5. Right? And it's not that they're more expensive per token, they just burn way more tokens. As far as their like performance, I feel like I remember them being okay. But we just got to rerun the test because we made a bunch of changes since then. So yeah, that's what's happening on my work machine at the moment. Yeah, exactly. But yeah. So this is GitBench. There's a bunch of stuff you can do to check it out. At least like seeing what's inside the tests and all that stuff. So if you were to go look at benchmarks and click into like blame forensics and then click into a fixture, let's say a medium difficulty one, right? These are the commands that get run in the baseline repository inside of the temp folder. Here's the prompt that gets run. This is what we're expecting out of it, which is just the commit message. I forget what the raw attempt evidence is. We may need to fix that. So there might be some stuff that we got to do. But yeah. I mean, it depends. Bedtime Bear, right? So there's the small batch. There's the single barrel, and then there's the just the regular. But when they're saying blend, it's actually like the barrel, like the parts of the barrel, not actually like the whiskey from barrels being blended. I just want to make sure some people are familiar. I'm pretty sure. Something like that. But that's where they get like the Four Roses name. And maybe that's just for like the regular Four Roses. So maybe it is a blend of like 4 instead. I don't remember that part. Yeah, let me double check that. Let me make sure. I think maybe I was misunderstanding too. And let me get more music going first. Yeah, to think a random person at a bar may have been bullshitting us. I think she was BSing us a bit. Yeah, for sure. Or someone BS'd her? Okay, so it was a blended whiskey, which makes sense. Yeah, okay, so I don't think it's blended. I feel like it must be in some way. Yeah, but yeah, the straight bourbon is super good. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's something related to that, but I'm not positive. But yeah, all right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Four Roses yellow label is like cheap too. That's my favorite bit. Trying to remember where was I where the whiskeys were like a really good deal. It was somewhat recently. Yeah, I don't remember. I know it's like 950 at the driving range, which was a fantastic deal. All right, like a whiskey for less than 10 bucks. That is extremely rare unless it's gross. But yeah. Anyway, yeah, dude. Yeah, pretty crazy. And I ordered a double and she only billed me for the one. And it was strong. It was a strong one. It was a bit much. But okay, so yeah, here's our plan. Yes, let's do this. Codex. We can skip for now. I have had a Pappy Van Winkle. Yep. It's fairly hype. Yeah, it's pretty much hype. And what's up, Zero? Speak of the devil, and Zero appears. We're trying to figure out what a zero mux product might look like. Yeah, it's pretty hype. I really like Old Granddad. That's another good one. All right, not too expensive, really smooth sipping whiskey. So yeah, AI agent orchestration, a developer log event router. A terminal workspace multiplexer. An integration hub for small SaaS teams. I don't know about that one at all. Yeah, exactly. Like, how much do we want this to be a joke? Attend 6 Zoom calls at once. It nods, says totally, and drops let's circle back at statistically optimal intervals. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Zero mux, zero music, maximum UX. Anti T-Mux. A terminal multiplexer that opens exactly one terminal and refuses to split panes for your own good. The AI agent, take care. DevOps aromatherapy. Tabs as a service? Ooh. It stores all your browser tabs in the cloud, then loses them so you can finally move on. Okay. I kind of like it. What's what's the right move here? Do we just kick it into lovable? Composo? Sure, why not? Oh, fine. Let's see if Bolt dot new. Sure. All right, so here we go. Oh, dude, this is nice. Okay. Not bad, not bad. Executing kill all T-Mux. Okay, I'm quite liking it so far. I think we're on to something. Curious to see what Bolt.new comes up with. Features you won't find anywhere else because we explicitly remove them. Attempts to use Control B % are intercepted and logged to your manager. Stay on task. Infinite scrollback. Because you only have one window, you better read it carefully. We store your entire session history in RAM until it crashes. Actively rejected by engineers. Okay, this is fun. What should we do to make it better? Oh, so it can't use Astro? Interesting. Oh, that was fast. The. Okay. All right. What I find interesting is that it was so fast to do like a quick update, but um, where's this sitting? There we go. It's taken a lot longer to do like the finalizing, which is odd. I know, interesting. So it generated the screen with Gemini 3.1. And then it does the edits with Opus 4.6. Okay, that's not so bad. All right, let's actually start looking at Masijo stuff. All right. So yeah, let's double check Masijo. Uh, oh, yeah, that links us to support, but should we be linking to documentation separately? Hmm. Someone already replied. Hold on, where was it? All right, how are these looking? Okay. There we go. All right. I think we're there. I think we're there. Okay. I'd say we're good. All right. So how do I export this? All right. Let's do it. Let's create a repo. Right. Hey, what's up, Luna? How you doing? Uh, all right. Let me get more music going, and then let me read your comment. Got multiple interviews this week for a new job. Nice. All of them are 2x to 3x your last salary. That's awesome. That's huge. Yeah. Good luck. I think you got it. Yeah. Yeah. You got this. Oh, wait. Whoops. All right. We're going to create a new repo. We're going to call it Zero Mux. Oh, all right. So we get that pushed up. We'll go launch it on Netlify. Oh, Netlify has like a build thing too, huh? What? Oh, hold on. Gotta do this real quick. So yeah, we're making a fun, like, goofy project. So it should have access now. Wait, what? Didn't I just do that? Oh, yep. No, I missed this part. I was too zoomed in. All right, so hold up. Let me go find the Cloudflare thing. All right, let's update the DNS config. Add record. We want an A record. And then oh wait. Hold on. Edit. They're saying point an alias, a name, or C name. Looks like C name's all they give us. I think we can just do a pointer record. Nope, never mind. I'm not worried about the dub dub dub. Okay. There it is. Perfect. Nailed it. Oh, I wonder. Oh, hold on. Does it have an open graph image? I don't think it does. Nope. All right, Codex. You're going to do your thing. Sure, I forgot. Yeah, we'll update that. Let me double check. How's my model stuff going? Hmm. All right, Codex time. Yeah, exactly, Patty. Yeah, exactly, dude. Uh, Why would it be doing an SVG for an open graph thing? I guess because SVGs are just code, but we should make sure that it switches over properly. Yes. All right. So there we go. All right. It's figuring out how to turn it into a proper PNG. Double check. Well, yeah, hold on. All right. So yeah, we're going to need to guide it just a little. Wait, why couldn't it use SIPs? Okay, so it just couldn't do it. Man, it burned a shitload of tokens doing this. We should have used GLM. What was I thinking? We didn't need codecs for this. All right, so let's look at what we need to do for Masijo, right? Oh, and how did Bolt handle it? Damn, this one's not bad either. Oh shit, this is actually pretty good. I like this. How do we export it? Yeah, so I figured. Oh wait. Hold on, wait. Let me double check that. Okay. I mean, it shows the code, but it doesn't really get us what we were expecting. Hmm. Yeah, that is really annoying, Patty. No more multi-pane pain. All right. Well, it's not quite done yet, though. Oh, wait. No, it is. Oh. Yeah, the CSS actually loaded right. Damn, yeah, that looks good. But yeah, there isn't an export. So yeah, we just got to do it to the GitHub thing, right? Like this is what you were talking about, right, Luna? Like over here? Oh, export. There it is. There it is. There it is. We found it. Download. We found it. Hey, Patty, we found it. Yeah, we'll allow that for sure. Sneaky bastards. Yeah, exactly. How dare they? Well, I just realized anyone over on Twitter, I did not refresh my chat, so I may be not seeing anything you wrote. Hey, yeah, what up, Marnix? Yeah, no more multi-pane pain. Oh, is that your, okay. I don't think I've ever, associated you. Like, are you Marnix? You don't have to dox that if you don't want. Could have been someone else. Well, yeah, man. Yeah, it's good shit, right? I think it's genius. So yeah, did you see the website we made? We're actually oh oh there's someone on YouTube with the name Zero Mux. Oh shit, they get a shitload of views too. Whatever. Eh, I know, right? That's crazy, dude. I'm like, that's crazy. Okay, so we did that. What's one more thing we wanted? The OG descriptions should not mention that this is satire. No, we just shat this out real quick. Now, this is just some, what's the name of the site? Composo? It's like a Bolt.new or something competitor. And then this is what Bolt.new just shat out for us, too, right? Split vertically. Absolutely not. Clarity comes from focus. That's true. That is fairly true. I mean, dude, doing this in HTML, JS, CSS, like, dude, yeah, pretty gnarly. All right, so There's definitely like I don't know. I kind of want to link the demo. What if we do it like narrow? Yeah, not ideal. We could put this at app. Wait, does it do what for screen? What do you mean? Oh, you're saying like the command. No, one terminal is all you need. Yeah, what other commands could we do? Yeah. So it doesn't have everything. A focused individual who uses one terminal. That's not bad. All right, so hold on. Can we switch back and forth? Ah, damn. Reload, reload. There we go. What's a legit tmux command? Just tmux new? Right, the S is like the session name. Ah, damn. Hold on, let me just reload. Ah, shit. So theoretically, yeah, we could just do screen. Okay. I just want to make sure. Ah, damn it. It messed up on us. Zero Mux MCP. There you go. There you go. It's not a bad idea. All right, hold on. How's this thing doing? And honestly, we could just we probably do want to do this over to GitHub. Yeah. Zero branch. There's actual real products built on the zero branch philosophy. Right? Isn't that basically JJ? Oh, wait. What? Uh, let's do that then. Damn it. What? It, but let me get more music on. Uh, Bolt.new, you're killing me here, man. Yeah, let's try a hard refresh. I wonder if they're like storing it in some way. Yeah, it doesn't look like anything special. Oh yeah, that did it. Yeah, okay, so they didn't handle the rename. So that's a bug that bolt.new has. All right, so then we can go back to Netlify. I think I need to make it public. Because I'm pretty sure they don't let me do a custom domain. Whoa, that's a long one. All right. All right, so then, yeah, this is for demo. It is a CNAME and phenomenal gumdrop. All right, there we go. Perfect. Perfect. Uh, oh, we haven't pushed. Duh. Stoner. All right, so Netlify should be able to get that deployed out pretty quick, I would think. Yeah, there we go. I can never tell if Twitter's gonna add the thing after. Hold on. Does Twitter add open graph images or previews to quote tweets? Okay. Like normally it just shows the preview there, right? That's a good point. Yeah, I mean, I feel like let me double check this. Oop. Oh, you got to go? Yeah. Yeah, thanks for chilling. Yeah, good luck again on the interviews. Yeah, so okay, I did this and it didn't do it. So yeah, I think they broke the preview stuff. Yeah, I think they broke the preview for quote tweets. And that one doesn't have any. So that's where we wanted that screenshot. Yeah. Nailed it. There we go. Just in case you wanted the links and everything. Nailed it. All right. So yeah, that was good. That was a good fun. That was a good fun project. Let me share it with work. All right. Anyway, let me double check on these. All right. Some of those are taking fucking forever. All right. So now back to it. We can close GitBench. We can close that. So yeah, if we look at what we got here in linear, right? We probably do need to create an MCP server, right? But to do that, we need to create a public API via API key. I know we've looked at unkey before. I'm not certain it's worth it. Oh, they've got like a what is their unkey deploy thing? Right, but then they really start charging you. Like if it's 1 million requests a month. Like we're never gonna hit that scale, so it's really not that big a deal. But even at, I don't know, 2 mil. Yeah, $25 a month. I just don't think it's worth it though. But we could start at 0 and it's fine. But then it introduces a round trip across the internet to validate an API key. Yeah, I don't know. Every time I start thinking about a tool like this or like databases as a service, I just don't like the idea of the added latency of making a request out to a third party. Why not just do that at the machine level? So I don't know. I mean, I know they got their SDK. Yeah, so we're not using Guardian. So then adding Guardian would probably be a little more effort than it's worth just for this. And honestly, like a custom plug is not that big a deal. It was modified last year, so it's not full on abandonware. Oh, okay. So wait, the short token is stored by both the server and the key bearer customer. Okay. So when it says it's stored, where is it stored? Ooh, avoiding dashes. That's smart. Ooh, that is smart. I like that. So it doesn't explain like where in the database it lives. Maybe that's not part of it. Yeah, okay. So this doesn't actually touch the database. This is just the library for it. Okay. I think I'm into it. Yeah, I like it. I like it. So we're going to add that at least to the ticket because I don't think we're ready to implement that part just yet. Right. So yeah, we want to make sure that we scope the OpenAPI spec properly, right? That means no internal endpoints show up in the spec. And we should also make sure API keys can only be used on yeah, so I think that's the thing we're gonna fix there. And I'm thinking we're gonna caveman code this because I still don't like the idea of turning the clanker loose on the back end stuff. Which means we should probably still be thinking about what the front end might need to be doing, right? Yeah. So then I guess the tricky part ends up being... And hey, what's up, Swiss? How you doing? We're doing all right. We're breaking down like the thoughts on how we want to do API key management, as well as like scoping API key authentication properly. Like a header is the right approach for sure. Yeah. All right. So hold on. Where is the router? All right. So here's our router. All right. So Masijo web plugs auth. No. So we've already got that set. We found a library we're going to use. This is probably what you're talking about. A stolen key can still do something, but a leaked database cannot, right? So the thing that gets stored in the database is the hash. Right? So prefix, short token, long token. The long token is like the source of truth. The short token is what you can do for like lookups and associating the hash with the actual like value, right? So then theoretically, this hash is what you end up storing. So then your key is just like my app and the short token. I think we can just do it by short token because we're not going to have multiple apps, right? And hey, what's up, Brainless? Yeah, Brainless, have you seen this library? This one's cool. Not sure if you were here before or after the message went through, so there it is again. Yeah, this one seems really cool. Hold on, I gotta shuffle these around. But now we're double checking, like, how are we doing our auth? So then, yeah, here, instead of the width, we do a pattern match. At which point, then we do our, like, we would do, like, API key verify instead of token verify. One-shot mission to satire our satire. Sounds about right. And yeah, Brainless, did you see Zero Mux? Oh, well, that would be why. I feel like you may have stepped away. And then we even got a demo. Right, so T-Mux new. Split blocked. Your productivity has been protected. And yeah, what how you doing, Eck? Splitting pains is a gateway drug to chaos. Right? Who am I? User. A focused individual who uses one terminal. Yeah, so Brainless, you need Zmux. Or Zero Mux. Obviously. Yeah, no, I really like this approach. This is cool. All right, like a leaked API key is a problem, but if your database gets, leaked or whatever, all they get is the hash values, which is pretty cool. Hold on one second. Need to share this with Andres. And hold on, this is the Sentry thing, right? Yeah. many characters am I at? There's no way that's any. All right, there we go. Just wanted to share that with Andrus because he's the dude. Let's check it out. Sure. I love this. You're not behind on your work, you're ahead on your sleep. That's not bad. That's not bad. Zero Zucks instead of zero Mucks. See, I would think zero Zucks would be something like uninstall all Facebook and Meta applications from your network. I like the 20 rules thing. Ah, this is nice, man. Zucks away. Exactly. Sure. All right, let me double check on the models running. Because I do need to kick off more when they're ready. Yeah, 4 more to go. They are fairly slow, though. Oh, I didn't realize what your domain name was. Right? The space z.ai? Yeah, I didn't realize what that was. Okay. I still don't get the dash dash thing. Couldn't you just use 2 new line characters and it's the same amount of tokens? But either way, not a big deal. Sure. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, that was a solid web app, actually. Like, cool design. All right, so let's continue some discovery, right? So if we wanted API key stuff, we could just do this, and instead of bearer, we would just do API key, right? And what's up, Rich? Quick check-in. Gonna burn Fable tokens when you see them. Is Fable open again? I don't think it's back yet, is it? Leanstrel. What the fuck? Yeah, what do people have to say about the Sonnet stuff? Oh, that could be cool. Damn it. Now we're getting distracted, but in like the best way. So wait, Rich, where did you see the announcement of Fable being back? I thought that was what people were complaining about. Like, we didn't need another Sonnet. We just want Fable. Wired magazine? I feel like it would have been on Hired or on Hacker News by now. And what's up, Glux? Okay, so it says they're lifting them, but when? Hmm. Okay. Yeah, there's no announcement, so I assume. Yeah. All right. So this was like breaking news, like half an hour ago. So yeah, my guess is number one. I think we know what Theo's videos are going to be about tomorrow, right? But yeah, we don't see an actual timeline yet. I am surprised. Like, it's probably, yeah, okay, so there we go. Yep. All right. Yeah, yeah. I always forget to do the new. Oh, interesting. But yeah, so plenty of people showing it off. All right. So, Leanstrel. Ah, here we go. Let's look at these comments. What didn't you like about it, Brainless? Just the source code in general? Like the way it's structured? Like, I like the technique of what it's doing. But yeah, what do you dislike about the library? Should we fork it, make our own? Oh, and then Rich, hold on. It's a switch throwaway? Wait, what was Rich? Sorry, I missed that. I missed the context there. Oh, to turn it on? Yeah, I mean, but they're not going to do that automatically. Like, they're going to wait till business hours, right? They're going to wait till they got an announcement and a whole bunch of bullshit. You know? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It was mostly source code lack of maintenance and community usage. Yeah, it's extremely small. Wrapping another library for the token generation? I thought they were just using Elixir's like core crypto. Let me look at their dependencies. I guess I missed that. What, the PUID thing? Is that the one? Well, I mean, at some point, though, code is just done software. Last updated 2022, like, dude, I guarantee there's a bunch of stuff in our source code, like in our project, that we are using that is way older. Right? When was the last time Cowboy was updated? You know? Oh, recently there was a CVE? Okay. Yeah, 6 months ago at the latest, at the most recent. Like, I don't know. Like, I bet this Elixir mustache is way out of date. Yeah. Oh, last commit, 2023. I've seen worse. But yeah, I don't know. I definitely don't apply the same logic I do for Elixir packages that I do for like JavaScript packages. I should probably be better about that. But I don't know. Yeah, this is a good album. Let me do that. What was your comment? Got an idea for an AT Proto app view. You'll share it with me once it's usable? Yeah, no worries, man. Yeah, Zayu's great. Yeah, no worries, Mitru. No worries at all. I am not a fan of the syntax. Yeah, yeah, this album's good, man. It's one of the newer ones we've gotten. I quite like it. Yeah, so I don't know about that whole anti thing. We popped open these articles. Let's double check and look real quick. Jesta, no, go for it. Yeah, no, I trust you. And if I don't like it, I can just delete it. Yeah, not a big deal. I do tend to like click it if I see it, but I don't always see it that quickly. So yeah, either way. So yeah, token optimization consultant. Jesus Christ. Is Sonnet 5 out yet? Like I know they've like announced it and all that stuff. Rich, so you actually have it enabled in GitHub Copilot already. Oh. My guess is recommending like specific models and techniques. I don't know. There's a lot of companies out there that don't want to just like wing it and try and figure all this stuff out. At which point there's like a lot of room for someone to be the expert that tells them. Like there are some companies that don't do anything without reaching out to a consultant of some kind. Now, I'm not saying they're well run businesses, but I think it's a thing for sure. Yeah, I don't know. Is there ever a reason to use Sonnet 5? All right, so we got these two. Let's look at the pricing. Oh, and wait. Why didn't the selection carry over? All right, so cost. Yeah. And why don't they have a time per task value? Yeah, so Sonnet burns tokens. Yeah, I don't know. Hmm. All right. Well, yeah, I don't know. Hold on, wait. What were they saying in that first paragraph? Missed it. Dude, how is their site so fucking slow to load? .72 seconds to load the HTML. Like, what the fuck, dude? Their privacy banner JS does a render block for 4 seconds. Jesus. Hold up. Here we go. It's a Next.js site? Yeah, exactly. Sounds about right. Dude, Next.js is the fucking worst. I don't understand how they were so successful in gaslighting people into using it. It's crazy. You watched the Sweden football? Was it a good game? Nice. They lost against France. Does France have a good team? I don't know if I've ever paid attention. It didn't even load. Jesus Christ, dudes. You fucking kidding me? Let's try again. Okay, it loaded. And I'm sure their website's just getting hammered right now. But like again, it's a blog. It's a fucking blog, dude. It's the marketing site. Why is it so goddamn slow to load? It should absolutely be a static site. Yeah, exactly, dude. It's just bad engineering to pick Next.js for a site like this. The descent, what happened to the front end? Yeah, dude, it's just bad engineering. Starting a new job in August? Hell yeah, Glux. Wait, Anthropic replied? No, they didn't. They should. Which one was this? All right. So Leanstrol. Has anyone given Leanstrol a try? And yeah, 100% remote, and you need to learn AI. I mean, it depends, Glux, right? Like, the problem with Copilot is that it's no longer like subsidized. So you're just being billed like per token for everything, which means you're going to get far less usage out of it compared to like some of the other providers. I mean, I guess it depends, Glux. That is the nice part about Copilot, that you could do that. I feel like the cursor one might be a better bet at this point. But also, it's token based too. But for $20 a month, you get basically, I think, almost the same amount of tokens. Yeah, I mean, so this would probably be them wanting to use like, you know, Opus and GPT-5 and a bunch of those. But yeah, me true. What I would recommend is like, how close are you hitting like your monthly limit every month? Because if you don't like a monthly limit, Olama's cloud pricing is a pretty solid deal. Like I hit my Open Code Go monthly limit within 11 days last time I tried it. And there is no monthly limit on Olama. Right? You just got like the session and the weekly. So it's just another thing to try and check out. It is twice as expensive as the Open Code Go. Something to think about. And yeah, exactly, Glux. But what I would say is, right, there's the cursor subscription. And the cursor subscription includes like all the models as well. And I believe you can use cursor as like a subscription in other tools now, like their like API or whatever. There's also the Devon API. I was trying to see their pricing. But the problem with Devon is it's basically the same as Copilot. Like you're gonna get the amount that you pay for basically, and then that's about it. So me true. I mean, I was using Minimax, which is one of their like, which is Open Code Go's cheapest model, isn't it? Now I was doing a bunch of like bullshit, like we were trying out BMAD and a bunch of those kind of things. But yeah, like oh, when they had Minimax M27, it was one of the major ones. But yeah, DeepSeek Pro is awesome. I'm a big fan of DeepSeek Pro. So yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, this is the one that you should probably be using of the models. I haven't had good luck with 3.7 Plus or Max. But yeah, like, you know, back when I was using the Minimax 2.7, I hit my limit in 11 days. So I don't know. Did I see Klein's offer? I haven't seen Klein's offer at all. Klein Pass. I always like clicking these just in case. Ooh. Oh, on site? Fuck that. We'll see how much they're paying. I'm not looking. Yeah, so I wouldn't even be getting a raise. It'd be the same as what I got. Definitely not worth it. No fucking way I'm relocating. Oh, was it fourth in the nav? Oh, it was right there. Brain fart. Okay, so then $10 a month. Generous quotas. Sure, that makes sense. Like if you're already a user or something. Then as far as models, eh. Oh, and sorry. There you go, Lux. Yeah, no worries, man. I can read what you wrote. So you're interested in Mistral.ai, the France model? Eh. Eh. I don't know. We'll look at Leanstral. I haven't seen good out. No, you're totally fine, Lux. You can do links from now on too, but you don't have to do one if you don't want, because I can read the message still. But yeah, this seems like pretty much the same exact selection that OpenCode Go has, right? So that's interesting. Right? Besides Big Pickle. Yeah, Glux. It's a lot of stuff to deal with for sure. Yes, this one seems all right. I think I like the Olama one just because like it's really easy to plug into other things, whereas it feels like the Cursor one and the Klein one, they want you to use their harness, you know? So I don't know. Yeah, I like the Olama one, but yeah, just need to mess with more stuff. I don't know. I haven't had good results with Quen, and I mean, at least looking at benchmarks, they're not amazing models. 3.7 Max is it's not that much worse than GLM 5.2. I just find GLM 5.2 to be really awesome. JetBrains Air? I haven't seen JetBrains Air yet. Is that another like agentic development tool? And yeah. Never used AI before. So yes, make sure that you're doing Git and like good branch management, things like that. Um, I would say it's definitely worth it to try and just use the CLI tools as you can, but eventually you may want to like switch to a tool like, Kepler or other things like that. That makes sense, Dirkle. I'd love to get some of your feedback. I'd love to get some of your feedback about the GitKraken one, if you got time. You know, like just compare and contrast it to the one that you're using now from IntelliJ. I'm not saying like you got to switch or anything, but I'd love to hear your feedback about what you like about the JetBrains one versus maybe something we're doing right compared to it or whatever, right? Vice versa. You tried GitKraken back in the day? Yeah. Kepler is a totally separate thing. Kepler is one of these like agentic coding tools. You know, you can start from pull requests, from issues, from tasks, right? Just like, you know, from scratch. As long as you don't have to move MCP and configs over. So, I mean, the way it works is it's still using the harnesses that you have locally. I would assume that's how air is working too. So let's just create a task. We'll just call it blah, blah, blah. And we will do a prepare task, right? We're going to do a new work tree as an example, right? So you can decide if you want to do a work tree or work locally on a branch. You can decide what branch to branch from, which remote you're going to like push to, etc. And then from here, right, we can just go into prepare task. And, right, like, oh, GPT-5.5, no big deal. Boom. But if we wanted, we could do open code. Totally accepted as well. So I think right now, we don't have Pi support. And I don't think many tools do. The ones that do have to do like a bunch of extra work. But built into it, right, we got the Claude Code thing. I think, yeah, hold on. Codex is there. I guess Cursor CLI is an option too. I haven't used the Cursor CLI, so I forgot all about that. Open code available as well. I forget. Yeah, not much to configure there. Able to review and comment code right away from only one tool. Yeah, I would say, I don't know. Give it a shot. It may not be the exact workflow you're looking for, but I would love to get your feedback about it. But yeah, then, right, GitKraken, part of our deal is just the fact that we have all these connections that we support, right? So we're like kind of just agnostic to all of it, which is cool. So bringing your issues in from wherever, kind of nice. And then one of the other things that I think I haven't messed with enough, number one, voice input. So we use like Whisper Turbo or something, and you can decide the size of the model and all that stuff, right? So you can do voice input. You can submit after speaking, right? Instead of just inserting the text. You know, I guess you can create a phrase. I don't know what that does, but yeah, kind of nifty. And then let me double check. Remote access is kind of cool too, right? So being able to connect to this from your phone would be kind of nifty. Spokenly? Sure. Yeah. I'm just, you know, just throwing it out there as like things to try. But yeah, anyone else that wants to give it a shot, please let me know. I am interested in your feedback. And also in the app, you can just provide feedback directly as well. So general feedback, feature request, bug reports, etc. Let me get more music on though. Oh, and it is almost 6 o'clock. We could do a whiskey. I definitely don't want to overdo it like we did yesterday. We went a little late because I was trying to get shit going. But we could do a whiskey. Exactly. And I just remembered, dude, yeah, these benchmarks are running over on my work machine right now. But I think it's still just the first set and it hasn't done the JSON output yet. See, I forgot how long these things take to run, dude. I might have to do them in parallel or something. And you have vacation for the whole of July. Yeah, exactly, right? Because you start on August 1st. That's huge. So you got a whole month to like play around and learn some of this AI bullshit. Another thing you're going to want to maybe start doing at some point there, Glux, is looking into, and again, you're going to want to toy with this stuff without necessarily going too deep, but eventually you're going to want to get, you know, maybe some skills installed. Like the Matt Pocock ones are really good, like Grill Me, etc. You know, some of the front end design or Vercel React best practices or whatever could be useful. I think Agent Browser is massively useful. Right? Just like any agent you use can use Agent Browser to crawl to a site and do screenshots and things like that, which is cool. When you were trying Cursor, got it. So yeah, just throwing it out there. There's a lot of stuff. I feel like at some point someone's gonna have like a good getting started with AI thing, and I think Get Kraken, we're trying to do some of that. Like not even like plugging our tools, just creating like a getting started kind of thing. I'm not necessarily touching that as much, but I have full faith in the person working on it. So, Mitru, the big thing about skills is if you find yourself doing anything repetitive, right, where you have yourself like adding a chunk of text to your prompts, right, like quiz me at the end or something, right, but you want to like give it structure, anything that you want reproducible without having to like say it every time, that is a perfect use case for a skill. Yeah, exactly, Mitra. But yeah. Anyway, I don't mind getting sidetracked. That's part of the fun of streaming. So yeah, any other questions or things, let me know. I am curious about Leanstrel here. And what's up, Small Knight? How you doing? Oop. Trackpad dying, eh? Sanka, you dead, man? Yeah, man. Hey, there we go. Fable back tomorrow, theoretically? Probably. But you don't use Fable, not very useful for you? What, right, because you do a lot of security stuff, right? So it's just going to fall back to Opus for you anyway? Yeah. Okay, Selene Stroll is fairly old, too. So, Glux, I think the term agent is really fuzzy. But that's the whole idea, right? Think about this, right? Let's delete this one, sure. Oh. So GitBench is our thing, but we maybe want to have multiple work trees going. And this is the power of why work trees are valuable. Let's say you've got two completely separate features, right? So this one would be like backend. Oh, motherfucker. There we go. Yeah, exactly. Small night. Yep. Yeah, there's like no point to use it. Right. So this would be something like maybe back end optimize queries. Or hold on. Right. So then we'll just do this for now, but prepare task. Sure. Right. Back end optimize. But then maybe we want to do another task, and this is like front end. Add blog, right? Like adding a blog or something. Sure. And then same idea. We go new work tree, prepare task. These two things could work completely in parallel because they are completely separate, like branches that are kept in their own work trees. So if I say, I don't know, create an empty file called front end foo, right? Okay, so we kick that off. I got it backwards. Fuck. You know what I mean? Whatever. Create a file called blog. Sure. Right? So the idea is that we have this front end foo file over here in this branch in this work tree, and we have, well, hold on, here it goes. Blog is not present. Right? Created the blog file, boom. Right? These are totally separate working trees. So that means you can have the work going in parallel and you're not going to have like the agents overwriting each other. That's why work trees have gotten a lot more popular lately. So, as an idea, technically you might consider these agents. I still think the term agent is kind of fuzzy. Yes, exactly. And they're happening in totally different folders in your file system. So they're never like overwriting each other. Hey, nice, small net. So yeah, I hope that makes sense, right? In general, I think there's the idea of workflows. And workflows, I think, are closer to what you might be thinking of when you think of agents. I don't do much with that stuff either. But like really think about what an agent might try and do. It might be like trigger based. So a new PR gets created. Your agent has some kind of heartbeat, or you do a webhook or something that spawns the agent to then modify the pull request with comments or making sure that something has been done in the PR, right? So it's a little more like think about that kind of agent as more autonomous. And I think that's the tricky bit. All right, delete task. Yeah, gone. So yeah, Mistral Medium. I don't see Lean Stroll in here. Mini Stroll. They all got weird naming conventions. But yeah, I don't know if I'd expect to see Lean Stroll in that list then. Yeah, I guess I'm not sure what Leanstrol's actual use case is. It's for like the proof and validation step. So this is old, right? Like it's probably not that useful anymore. And I guess realistically, don't expect anything important out of Mistral over the summer, right? Right? In the EU, no one works during the summer, right? I don't know if that's actually true, but I know they get a lot of time off, right? And maybe not EU, but at least France, yeah? France? We come from France. But okay, so we finished that news stuff. And yeah, I think Brainless was onto something. I'm not sure I actually like this PUID library. The reason I'm looking at these, and I don't want to turn like AI loose on my code base too heavy, but we may want to build a version of this. Oh, and I always forget about umans. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, good call, Small Knight. I always forget about it. And I don't know how to pronounce it. It's probably like humans instead of humans. What's their pricing like, though? And yeah, at $50 a month, unlimited tokens. Oh, and then they cut it. Oh. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So it was smart of them to limit that. I get it. Most likely done because of your friend, right? Yeah, exactly. Don't make it unlimited if it's not truly unlimited. But yeah, like we may want to try and get like take that library that I believe what is the license? MIT, right? So if this is MIT licensed, we could always just fork it, ditch the PUID dependency. And then it's just our thing, but it's just a library at that point. Yeah, I mean, I really like the idea of this. But yeah, if we could get rid of that. So I guess here's my question. Let me look at this list again. Is there one for like creating an empty library or anything? I guess that's really just well, it's not something Phoenix would do. Cold Smirnoff Ice. Ooh, right, because it's dude, it's hot as fuck where you guys are at, right? Just saying. I don't know how feasible it is for you, but get some of these like hot cold packs with the gel in the middle, right? Like on the inside, and throw those in your freezer. And then have enough that you can like pull them out and throw them in a pocket or something, or put them under a beanie or whatever, right? Or just, you know, handle them, put them on your forehead, whatever, right? One of the best places to cool yourself down fastest is to like do periodic like wrist like cooling. Um, like uh, like you can trick your body into feeling colder than it is if you just do like 30 seconds with this and then take it off and let yourself warm back up and then 30 seconds again. Definitely an option. You don't want to leave it there because you get kind of used to it. And yeah, I don't know, Brainless. I'm thinking so. I tend to just use it when I don't want to burn tokens I care about. Yeah, exactly. Like I just used fork in this context, just so that like Perplexity didn't have too much other BS to deal with. Like it was more just to provide the context. And yeah, I don't know. I guess it's master. Um, it's still one of the better ones at doing like search kind of stuff. Like I don't know what model they're using under the hood. You have the Pro because of the Revolut plan. Oh, okay. Hmm. Let's double check what PUID is actually doing. And wait, really? You didn't like PUID? It has an update like from a week ago. Your streak is going to get wrecked? Why is that? Are you going streaking? Up through the quad to the gymnasium? Vacation July 1st to 5th, and tomorrow's the 1st, isn't it? Got it. And then Maester. You're currently using Hermes for everything AI related because it has memory and it's very well trained. Do I have an opinion about it? Yeah, I don't like anything with memory. If I'm going to do something where I require memory, I output to, like, I use spec-driven development. So yeah, I would absolutely not be using Hermes because of the memory thing myself. I like generating a specification that I can hand off. I get a lot of value from that. And yeah, I understand that Small Knight, but I don't like it by default. I like the very explicit handoff of what a specification's for, rather than just memory. Right. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure it's. I'm not actually sure it's worth not using the library. I'm not sure I care. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm good. I don't think we need to create our own version. And we are too complex. You just don't get most of the things. Maybe Maester. I don't know. Um, I think in general you're better off starting with a fresh context in a lot of cases. But give me a second. I'm gonna go dump what's in here. We're gonna pour one, technically two. But yeah, let me go dump out this stale whiskey, and we'll pour a little more. All right. Yeah, I had some Indian food last night because I had some leftovers. Pretty good. But yeah, I think I'm okay with this dependency. Thanks for the review, Brainless, but I think I'm okay with it. But I do think I'd want to end up just locking the dependency. All right, so yeah, we're going to use this library. That still means that we want to think about what we're actually coding here. And yeah, we're going to be coding this part by hand, which I'm okay with. I do not mind. It depends. So, Maester, if you were seeing GitBench, that is something done for work. But other projects I do for myself. So it depends. It depends on which project you're talking about. Dude, GLM 4.7 Flash is slow as fuck, dude. Like it is taking so long to run these benchmarks. Oh, but okay. Hold up. Hold up. Yeah, we're not going to drink more than that. Yeah, I like the small batch barrel. Yeah, small batch select. Definitely not going to be finishing this. I got work to do. I don't have my keys near me. Damn. You don't have to like the whiskey. I don't mind. You hate whiskey, even in Coca Cola? But okay. So, yeah, we've got a bunch of models running for work right now. Four left. Two of them pretty close, but then we still got two more. So the public API part, right? Like the way we're generating the OpenAPI specification maybe needs to be looked at a bit. So let's look at the endpoints because we're using that open specs thing, right? which means that the auth controller, right, login, etc., is probably not something we want. I mean, in general, Glux, it's like coding tired as well. So you should always be reviewing fresh in the morning. So coding tired and coding drunk, about the same, depending on how drunk, of course. But I'm almost positive the same can be said about like driving, right? Driving tired is just as dangerous as driving drunk, too. Again, depending on how drunk. Also, depending on how tired. But if you're like nodding off because you're tired, that's probably worse than someone who's, you know, a little tipsy, right? But it's a lot harder to measure that. So I'm not sure the data would back it up. Tristan, you have very much almost died a few times driving tired, and it's perfectly legal. Exactly. I've had like a scare or two as well when tired. Yeah, was driving back from Oregon, from Mount Hood, totally sober. I didn't even drink at the time. I was 18, just driving the car. Woke up like in the median, but it was like dirt. Corrected, got back on the road. But dude, that was terrifying. I've never had anything even remotely similar with like a beer or two in me. Okay, Whoopi. I haven't seen that before. Okay. Yeah, right. Without driving without 24 hours of sleep, or driving after being awake for 24 hours straight, I guess is the way to phrase that. Yeah, I'd be curious about that study. I'm sure we could find it if we looked. Wait, have you always had the name Whoopi? Am I saying the name right? Is it Whoopi or Wubby? Or Wooby? Just want to make sure I'm saying it right. That's all. Yeah. Hold on, but there was another person we had that had that name, almost that name, but it was Don't Pay Money Wubby, which was kind of funny. We haven't seen them in a while. Yeah. Okay, so it is pronounced like Wubby, right? Like in the Pay Money Wubby thing. Or was I right the first time? Okay, it is Wubby. Cool. I can say that. I just want to make sure. Oh, sorry. 1 second. There you go. But we can get the link anyway. Glux. Almost all the music I ever play is over on this Bandcamp link. But if you ever want like the specific thing we're playing, you can always just do song. Yeah, interesting. I'm curious how they measure that. Yeah, no worries. Yep. Oh, they even do like the equation of like what your BAC is. Oh. Very cool. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. Well, I mean, coding wise, you're good. Um, Now, keep in mind, I think Thomas Edison's a fucking dickhead as far as person goes, but he did have a technique of he would make himself get drowsy and write down all the ideas he had. And then in the morning, he could review them for if they were actually good. But the reason he would do so is because when you're tired, also kind of like when you're drunk, your your inhibitions are lowered. And what that means, like coding wise or inventing wise, is you'll allow yourself to pursue thoughts that you wouldn't normally allow yourself to do, right? Like, especially when like debugging or like trying to like fix a tricky bug or like build a new feature. Maybe new feature, not as much, but in general, sometimes you'll solve a bug by allowing yourself to try something totally different, right? And by doing that when you're tired, you don't necessarily need to consume booze to do it. It still gives you that chance to like let your mind wander in a way that your conscious brain wouldn't allow you to do. I work at GitKraken. Yeah. So, I mean, the way I've always thought about it is my most productive and like quality code is written in the morning for sure. But again, by allowing myself to code late at night tired, you try and solve things in a way that you normally wouldn't let yourself. Um, but yeah, when I was working in the office, back when I worked at the agency, there's a couple bugs that I solved by just looking at the code after coding the night before, then looking at it in the morning, and then just having the context while I'm driving. Because like driving, you're like away from the computer, so you can't just click around. You It also kind of forces you to like think differently. right? You got to like follow the thread of kind of like what you know rather than just being able to click around and distract yourself. So that's why like getting up and taking a walk or doing all sorts of other stuff is really valuable for coders too. Just because it's not right in front of you, so you have to like think about it deeper. All right, so let's look at this thing. I mean, the biggest problem with working in an office is just the constant noise. If it's like an open office situation, it's way too easy for someone to just like interrupt you right in the middle of like this big brainstorming session that you're having. Hmm. I definitely don't want to fork this. Yeah, meetings, stand-ups, yeah, all that BS. Yep. Yeah, what I'm trying to figure out here is a good way to use this library still, but to note which things should not be put into like the publicly generated open API specification. So hold on, where are we doing like the generation? All right, build SDK. This is that script. Yeah, Brainless, are you out there? Do you have thoughts on how I might want to do this? So my thought, right, we're using OpenAPI specs. What I want to do is I want some endpoints to not be part of a public OpenAPI specification. Right, like we don't need login as an example, right? We do want it to be in like the SDK that we generate, but I don't think... Yeah, I definitely don't want it in like the public OpenAPI specification, right? So then it's almost like paths from router here. We could map over the results from this. So then in here, right, we got this. So we could do open API. We don't get any completion. Yeah, I mean, I think basically the paths thing is what determines what goes into it. So if we could just filter out our paths this way, that would work. But what I want to do is figure out what that is. So yeah, not capitalized. Okay. OpenAPI specs dot paths dot from router and then this would be Masijo web dot router. I think we need to update OpenAPI specs. I think that's one of the things that... and yeah, no worries, Glux. Have a good one. Yeah, I think... I think we're out of date here. But theoretically, it should have updated, but I guess our lock might have locked it. Three point 2.2. Okay. Yeah, it looks like it's still resolving to 21. So 22 is probably the move. Do we think that it actually fixed it? No, we haven't done that yet. I just want to look at the changelog and see. Oh shit, dude. The man himself. Fixed type warnings. Okay, so yep. Fixed support. Yeah, something just seems off that it's not finding this like inspect.map issue. So I think that's just a better error that it gave us. Keyword event controller. Let's go fix that. So we're going to run into this issue pretty much everywhere. Let's double check other places just to be sure. Oh, interesting. So we don't have that everywhere, but we do have it at the top level. So required is no longer at that level. That doesn't seem right to me. But it would not be on operation. Let me get more music going. Oh. Yeah, we're putting it on operation, not spec. Got it. Got it. Yeah, so that's up at 274. So then for parameters. Oh, and yeah, later, Rich. Have a good night, man. All right, so we do go back to operation. Unless there's a parameter. Oh, there is a parameter. And parameter would have the required key. Got it. That's it. Okay. We're going to have to do that in a bunch of places. Oop. Oh, and that was the only place we even had that. Okay. Easy enough. So I guess here's my next question. I'm not sure we need these requireds. Like, if it's part of the path, who cares? Ah, okay, so that's even better. Perfect. So it defaults to required true for all path params, which I think is good. So then it's really just for the query params that we say are required. Oh, but we actually wanted those two. Okay, cool. Oh. Yeah, that one's not the end of the world. Actually, no, we'll leave it on staging for now. We do want to get that pushed up here in a second, but I want to make sure that the cloud build works for staging. Actually, it doesn't matter. Yeah, we can YOLO that one up. Okay, so then let's see if that fixes the issue we had. Nope, not get status. Yeah, all right, so it lost that, but it's open API specs dot paths dot from router, and then this is Mosijo web dot router. Yep. All right. Yeah, so that totally fixed the issue that we had there. Okay. So then so this is the output from router, but we don't seem to have it doesn't seem to be everything. Another function which might be useful from routes. Oh, okay. I haven't looked at from routes yet, though. Okay, so we do see from routes. So theoretically, what is from router doing? So it just calls the router dot. So we could take this dot routes and filter that before we get to the from router part. Let me look at what that ends up looking like. Wait, was there an underscore before it? There is. Oh, so the main gist is if we look at the router, so we almost want to make sure that we're doing it just for the authenticated stuff. But we'd probably want to get rid of the... We probably want to get rid of the user's current thing. Okay. Where is metadata coming from? I think it's a default of some kind. I don't know where. Hmm. Hmm. So we could just filter based on path and then just have like an explicit disallow. Hmm. So maybe even helper would be ideal. How do I force it to give me the full output instead of truncating? Maybe I just write to a file. That's probably the right move. Yeah, all right. So we'll write to a file here. I already forgot the signature. Okay, it's the path you want to write. Oh, that's right. I could use debug. That's not a bad idea. I think I'm better off going to a file anyway. That way I could see like everything. Uh, sure. Trevenge, keyword mentions on X? No. Nah, Twitter's API is super expensive. So at the moment, I'm just doing it as a way of right, like my core target market is software dev. Oh, is that how you got to do it, Brainless? Really? Like all the bullshit here just says path to file.txt. But I get it, like maybe the place it's trying to write to. I can see that. And you said file.cwd. I think that works. Yeah, no, so this is the issue, right? They're saying this is a bad argument. But technically it's a file write with a /3. So I don't know what the third argument is. Right, so yeah, that shouldn't be an issue then. Oh, I did the wrong one. So yeah, it's definitely the mode. But why is it complaining then? Now, keep in mind, it could be the debug. So we may need to like stringify it with JSON. But it seems to me like could not write to file, bad argument. It's got to be that. Yeah. So hold on. Yeah, that's definitely it. What's the right way to do that though? Do we have to do the JSON thing? Yeah, which is fine. Sorry, let's get this singing out of my ears. It's too distracting. Try inspect. You're saying instead of the encode? I feel like inspect logged rather than like we tried inspect a minute ago too. We even tried debug. Right? So that's just like printing. Oh, it's just in. Oh, I always do io.inspect. That's the issue. That's my bad. Touche. Good catch. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, man. Why did that taste like a bad bong toke? All right. So theoretically, that wrote to our testing.txt. Oh, God. Oh, God. Uh. All right, so pretty is what we're looking for. Oh, expected key value pairs in a map. Nope. I thought it was just that, but it doesn't like that one either. Oh, really? That would make sense. That was it. Yeah, touche, touche. Wasn't thinking. All right, so then, yeah, looking at the file. All right, cool. So yeah, as we go down the list. Oh, no, that's fine, Brainless. Don't worry about that, dude. Yeah, nah, man. You're good. Like, I think we're on the right track. Now I just need to think about, like, the right way to do the filtering based on the helper value. And I think using the helper value is probably a better idea than trying to do it based on, like, path bullshit. Right? Because the helper is basically the path anyway. Right? Just without, like, the BS. And it's where we get, like, the nesting and all that from, too. A list of hard-coded paths? Yeah. I guess that's the thing. Do we want to do an allow list or a deny list? And either way, it could still be like a list, right? If we do a deny list, there's a chance of an endpoint we don't want making it in. If we do an allow list, then it's just a lot more effort, right? A lot more like hard coding. Yeah, exactly. I still think we could do it based on the helper value, though. I just want to double check something. Yeah, there's just like one endpoint I want to verify real quick. All right, so basically this one, keywords, lenses. It's going to be org keywords, lenses. Hey, what's up, Sammy? How you doing? Ah, but we didn't do the infinity thing. Aha. All right. So then, yeah, the inspect. Where did we put infinity? I already forgot that part. Limit infinity. Okay, that's way longer. Printable limit? Wait, what did I miss? What is printable limit? And where would I put that? I guess this is common options. I bet there's other options too. I'm almost positive we got the full thing. All right, so we want to get to it before the keyword ID part. Right, so org keyword would be a good one. Yeah, so if we just explicitly allow the helpers we care about, I think that ends up being what we need. Okay. You like to think so. There you go. Exactly. Okay, so then theoretically we could have it as another method on our router. So if we make it a method on the router, I don't even think we need to do like a prop that has the allowed list. We just hard code the list into it. Yeah, so then it's our build SDK function again. Or not function, script. But yeah, here we're doing API spec as its own thing. So we might want to do like public API spec. And then if we go look at the API spec file, how do you feel about this, Brainless? What if I put the API spec and the public API spec modules in the same file? Maybe Brainless. Yeah, I mean, I feel like no matter what, we'd have to write some kind of custom scripting for any option that we pass to it anyway. I don't know for sure. So basically, right, we have this, and we're getting paths from router as part of like our spec here. And this is like the thing that gets called implicitly when we pass API spec to our script, right? Let me double check. All right. So here we could do this, and then theoretically there would be another one that looks something like this, right? Public API spec, right? And then public API spec would be another module, right? How do you feel about two modules in one file, though? Is that gross? I don't think Elixir cares, but what do you think? Like, is it like a mortal sin to do multiple modules in the same Elixir file? Yeah, it's like it's just going to be these two things. The file is Open API, right? I may want to like scope them, right? So instead of like Masijo Web API spec, it would be Masijo Web Open API spec, and then there's Masijo Web Open API public API spec. I feel like that makes sense, and then it's just in the Open API thing. So then the file is really just a namespace for the two modules that it contains. I think I'm okay with that. So wait, a file per module? Yeah, I think I'm okay with it. I think I'm okay with it. Let me just double check. Where all is that getting called? Wait, what is plug.put API spec doing? Oh, so I think I'm okay with that, right? If the API spec is the everything thing, that's okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I kind of like that. Oop. What is the convention for auth headers for API keys? X API key, that's right. I knew I was forgetting something there. Yeah, I like X API key. Oh, and they just do the key, right? So we don't even need like the bearer thing. Now I need to double check. What are the valid scheme values? Yeah, I like the plan. I want to double check. Are we doing this the right way, though? Oh, so I guess scheme just isn't applied. Uh, oh, type API key instead of HTTP. Okay. Yeah, I saw that, Flash Gamer. Yep. Hold on to your butts. Yeah, I mean, it is a solid model. I feel like we got good value from it. So they might convince me to pay another 20 bucks. But hold on, is it going to be on the subscription plan? Right? I think they were still planning on making it be like token only, right? So yeah, still not going to be something I use then. I guess here's my next thought. We can do the API key thing, and I think I like the API key approach, but isn't like the future of MCP servers like the OAuth flow? All right, let's keep looking at the code and thinking about this. So we're adding X API key here. That means this is also not going to be that. We haven't implemented the public routes thing yet, which we'll need to do. Another option would be we create a separate router. I guess the router actually would act kind of as an allow list. I guess I don't like the idea of the router because we have so much extra like stuff in there. Like it'd be a lot of duplication. So yeah, I think I'd still rather use like the helper value as the filter. Yeah, I think it's just too much duplication. in that case, right? And like too much junk, too much room for error. I think the helper value is the more useful way. I am using operation for sure. So this is the output from routes rather than the output from something else. So this is just the raw like routes output. Now theoretically, we could do a prop on the operation in some way. Yeah, the problem with the from router thing though is it generates like I mean it's doable, right? I'll show it. Sure, why not? All right, so then it requires us to like map over the props here. And then we'd have to map over like the put versus get versus all that stuff. I don't know. I think the routes filter is cleaner. Yeah, I think filtering routes before we get to the the thing that's being generated via like from router. I think mapping over routes is a better approach. Mapping on tags. Yeah, but tags are still embedded like in each like get post whatever, right? So then I'd still like I'd have to map over this, which then maps to path item. Then I'd have to like scrub or remove the things that don't have the tag I want, kind of thing. I think it gets a lot dirtier that way. Like it complicates the function way more. Whereas instead I can just do a presence of the helper value, right? Inside of an allow list. Problem solved. Now, tags would be more fine-grained, right? So theoretically, inside of the scope of a helper, right? And technically, that's what these map to, right? They're a scope as far as like the router is concerned. Like, are there going to be any scopes where we have something in there that we want to make sure we show or hide or do whatever? I think we're okay using resources and scopes as like the source of truth. Like, let's just look through everything we got. You know? Power went out. Ah, shit. You jinxed it. But probably a good time to get some sleep anyway, so whatever. And I do have like some work to do. I got to eat food. We're not going to go late like we did last night, or as late as we did. So yeah, you're probably not going to be missing too much today. It's dropped 3 times today already? Yikes, dude. That is not good. Phone internet now? Yeah, makes sense. And yeah, the more I'm thinking about this, the more like, I'm probably not going to want to vibe code much on the API, but vibe coding out the MCP server makes a lot of sense to me too. No, I definitely don't like the idea of tags, right? Like I was saying, to do that, we'd have to like map over something like this, right? The get, the post, the delete are all like a prop on this object. So then like removing one that has the private tag is gross, right? Like it massively complicates the function we'd have to write for the filtering. Whereas instead, just using a scope, right? Like the helper value is just scopes and resources. It's really simple. I don't think there's going to be any function within a scope or resource that we want to expose that we're not going to just give the user, you know? Like, I don't think we need the level of granularity that tags would give us. And it's definitely not worth like the effort to do so yet, you know? This song's getting all sleepy time on us though. How dare they? So yeah, at the point where we do end up wanting to like exclude, a single thing, we could just do that elsewhere, you know? Like we could just rewrite our script, but I think starting simpler for the time being is the right approach. Because we still have other stuff that needs to consume this, right? Spending all this time engineering the route filtering just doesn't make that much sense to me. Let me get another album going. So yeah, anyway. Yeah, the fact that there's like the route.private public thing, I don't even know where that's coming from. Like I don't think that's a thing. So then, yeah, let's double check what's our output here, right? So helper auth we don't want, helper webhook we don't care about, right? Org user. And what all do we really, like, do we even want to expose, like, inviting users via the public API yet? I don't know. You do it through OpenAPI YAML files directly. Yeah, I hate that. I like it at least living right next to like each endpoint. I do prefer it when there's like more validation on like the schema. But I think technically we have that now that we upgraded our Elixir version. Right, the fact that it was like calling out the lack of required, like being a valid thing. I think we get like way more validation at this point where I'm into it. I'm not a huge fan of like when open API specifications live in like a doc block where you just don't get the validation of it from the language level. I do find it strange though, right? If we go and look at just any one of these, the fact that it doesn't yell about foo in our editor, I find that really annoying because it will actually cause us to not compile. I'm pretty sure. Right? So it'll prevent a compile, but it's not showing up in our editor. What am I doing wrong config wise there? Do I like, is there another extension I should be using? Oh, and maybe I need to restart the extensions. Oh, okay. Hold on. I think it does. Yeah, it tells us we're broken here. Unknown keys. Okay, perfect. Yeah, way better. I just wasn't seeing where it was going. I mean, I'm just using Credo. Does Credo ship with Expert these days? My guess is no. Right, so I've got Elixir LS and Credo installed. I'm guessing Expert is maybe going to be in here eventually. Yeah, this is Elixir LS though, right? Elixir LS is the old one, yeah? Elixir LS is part of Expert. Okay, yeah, so that's what we're using. Yeah, I think we just needed to do a restart. Because, yeah, this, like, red wasn't there before. I wish it would show it right here, but I guess I kind of understand why it wouldn't. Yeah, I understand that brainless, but I need an extension to get that. If it's not in an extension, then I'm not getting it in VS Code. Right? Like, I don't know. What percentage of the Elixir community do you think are NeoVim tryhards like yourself versus using VS Code? And no offense. I mean tryhard in a good way. Try hard or die hard. Yeah, same. Tomato, tomato. A try hard, you should have tried harder. Oh, you found it. Oh, okay. I guess I could have searched better. I'm guessing this is the one you're talking about. Yeah, the fact that this says pre 1.0, is that true? Or is this out of date? Still pre 1.0. Okay. So what do you think? Should I disable Elixir LS and turn on Expert? And then would I want to keep Credo? Like, what do you think? Keep Credo? Okay. None of this animal goes to waste. Oh, actually, never mind. I just spilled some. Well, shit. All right. But I should probably disable Elixir LS, right? Let me just disable for now. Enable. Spicy meatball. Oh, that's a spicy meatball. Woo! What's up, ACM? How you doing? Oh, that is a spicy meatball. Yeah, it still shows it up above, which is fine. Ah, okay. Yeah, I feel like we weren't getting this kind of like autocomplete before. It needed to like index things, but yeah. Ooh, okay. Yeah, expert seems nice. That was one of the things I've kind of like been missing. Yeah, that's one of the things I've definitely been missing. Code actions like introduce pipe. And that's the thing you fixed. Where would I like see that? No. Yeah, I'd say we're good for now. All right, so then back to router. Oh, I see what you're saying. So, okay, we need a pipe already. Yeah, and you wouldn't, yeah, I know you wouldn't know in VS Code. That is fine. Fine, just fine. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything there. I think these end up just being AI things, right? Oh, it is show code actions. Okay. Oh, interesting. Is there a reason why you would do it that way? Because I quite like the idea of starting with the value and then chaining off of it, right? Or piping off it, right? And what's up, Hef? How you doing? So creating a pipe is probably better. You have introduce and remove pipe. I'm trying to see. Do I have any places where I'm nesting functions? Not really. Oh, maybe this one? Okay, so here we could introduce a pipe. Oh, I guess 47 you saw one too? Oh, yep. Oh, yeah, that's not a bad idea. I think that would be a nicer one. I do think piping that would be a little cleaner. I don't know if that looks right. I mean, I can always undo it. Oh, yeah, no, it did exactly what we wanted. Okay. No, that's clean. That is nice, dude. Good job, Brainless. What was the, like, what did you have to fix about it? Eh. Yeah, no, that's cool, man. I like that. Okay. Oh, like in your formatter config, right? Like dot formatter. Okay, okay, okay. That makes sense. Cool. Good job, Brainless. Agashoma. Yeah, man. When they responded earlier, that was them being coy, you know, like being humble. Brainless is definitely a dev. They don't like it when I say they're our resident elixir expert, but the proof is in the pudding. Okay, so here's the thing. I want to keep working on this a little bit, and I'm going to need to eat food tonight, so I can at least get the rice cooking. And yeah, like a good 20 minutes before then, I can before it's like done, I can get the oven going. So yeah, let me get the rice cooker going because it takes like an hour for the rice to cook, you know. Give me just a sec, and I will be back in just a little bit. And yeah, I want to continue hacking on this, and then allowed helpers is going to be our like refactor there. And yeah, Hef, Brainless was talking about how they fixed a bug in the LSP for Elixir called expert, which is pretty cool. The term AST when talking about the language spec for a compiler, and only because you built one in college. I mean, Hef, you probably haven't been here or don't remember, but we've done all sorts of stuff with ASTs on this stream. What the fuck, dude? Why does this keep dying? I think my USB switcher is dying. But yeah, like I don't know, if we look at some TypeScript. All right, the way we get this right here, that's HTML biscuits, man. That uses the AST. Okay. And I'm back. Let's see. Rice cooker is going. So yeah, instead of nil here, and yeah, let me double check on some chat I might have missed. Elixir AST is nice, but you still remember the time you spent 2 hours fighting a macro because you were missing some brackets. Oof. Yeah, that's not ideal. It is what you get for doing function creation dynamically. Yeah, sounds about right. How dare you? But next hobby project for weekends is going to be playing around with self-modifying code. Going to resurrect a Uni-era project for 2006. I don't know why that reminded me of, like, Hef. Do you remember this? It's Vigil. Vigil is a very safe programming language. Many programming languages claim to take testing, contracts, and safety seriously, but only Vigil is truly vigilant about not allowing code that fails to pass programmatic specifications. So it's very similar to Python, with the minor proviso that you must provide a main function, which will be automatically called for you. Infinitely more important than mere syntax and semantics is its addition of supreme moral vigilance. This is similar to contracts, but less legal and more medieval. The implore statement, to beseech your needs. Often a function will require that parameters have certain desirable properties. A function in Vigil can state what it requires by using implore. So here, right, square root, n must be greater than or equal to 0. Right? Sure. And if a caller fails to provide valid arguments, it is wrong and it must be punished. Then there's the swear statement, to state what you provide in return. If a good caller meets its obligations, the onus is thus on you to fulfill your end of the bargain. You can state the oaths that you promise to uphold using swear. Right? So by the end of it, I swear the result of Fibonacci will be greater than or equal to 0. If a function fails to uphold what it has sworn to do, it is wrong and must be punished. Goes without saying, any function that throws an exception which isn't caught is wrong and must be punished as well. So then this is where Vigil truly sets itself apart from weaker languages that lack the courage of their convictions. When a Vigil program is executed, Vigil itself will monitor all oaths, implore, and swear statements that have been made. If an oath is broken, the offending function, the caller in the case of implore, and the callee in the case of swear, will be duly punished. How? Simple. It gets deleted from your source code. The only way to ensure your program meets its requirements is to absolutely forbid code that fails to do so. With Vigil, this shall be done for you automatically. After enough runs, Vigil promises that all remaining code meets its oaths. So Vigil is a command line executable. You pass it the file, or pass it the path to a file to run, blah, blah, blah. Is this serious? Eternal moral vigilance is no laughing matter. But isn't a language that deletes code crazy? No, wanting to keep code that demonstrably has bugs according to its own specifications is crazy. What good could it possibly serve? It is corrupted and must be cleansed from your code base. Vigil will do this for you automatically. Vigil deleted a function. Won't that cause the functions that call it to fail? It would seem that those functions appear to be corrupted as well. Run Vigil again, and it'll take care of that for you. Several invocations may be required to fully excise all bugs from your code. A little bit. Yes, exactly, Hef. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Whoever thought of this is a genius. Exactly, Hef. Yep. 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 It's genius. But then, surreptitious. How you doing? I'm gonna say Squalus because that's a little easier. But yeah, what's up, Squalus? Um, your professor warned you of lore. Is that lore? No. This is eternal moral vigilance. It's a separate thing. Oh, and hold on, Soul Ducks, I missed your message. You're learning web dev and you would appreciate any recommendations. Soul Ducks, are you still out there? Sorry, Automod held your message. They may have left. Sorry about that. But yeah, it's fun. It's a fun thing. All right, so we can close some of this. All right, so yeah, what we want to do next is we want to compile a list of language helpers, which are basically just scopes. Syrup? Okay, I can say syrup. I always do have to look this up. Surreptitious. It's like, it's not quite as strong as like suspicious, right? Secretly or stealthily. Okay, okay. Yeah, yeah, got it, got it, got it. It's one of those words that I really only know from context. So, yeah. Like, my definition of it could have been way off. Squalus is a shark. Okay. Better than squamous, right? Well, sharks are just puppy dogs with really sharp teeth. They just want to play with their food. Hold on, wait. Syrup, have you ever seen that movie, Strange Wilderness? The part where they're just like, oh, and here's this guy. Like they do a voice for this dude. It's fucking hilarious. It's not a great movie, but it's definitely funny. I highly recommend it. I highly recommend watching the film. It's a fun one. Right? They even got the clip, the subtitles. It's so good. I love that shit. It's a fun movie. It's terrible, but it's so fun. It's like early Justin Long. Well, maybe Justin Long was established, but it's like early the kid from Superbad. Not Michael Cera, but the other one, Jonah Hill. That's it. He's got a good fun bit in there. Yeah, I don't know. Like a bunch of actors really do a good job. Yeah, it's a fun movie. Dude, what is up with this shit, man? I think my USB switcher's just dying. McLovin's not in that movie. But you're just talking about like when I say dude from Superbad. Yeah, McLovin's good. I liked him in that movie Role Models. I think he did a good job in that one, being like the LARPing like nerd kid. I don't know why the line that always sticks out to me is in Role Models. There's the bit where Paul Rudd's character is just getting to know McLovin. I forget his name in the movie. It doesn't matter. He's like, Paul Rudd's like, so you like soda? And McLovin's like, I like the idea of it more than I actually like it. And Paul Rudd's like, all right. Like, I don't know. It's a good bit. That was another one of those like kind of raunchy comedies that came out like within the 5 years after Anchorman or whatever. So it had a bunch of that like improv. Quite fun. Quite a fun film. All right, so yeah, let's keep looking at this. What we want to do is really let's close some of the stuff we don't need. And I guess, hold on. Brainless, how do you feel about this? Do you think a public routes method here is worth it? Or should that actually just be part of our other like open API spec thing? Right? Like if it's going to be pretty much only used for open API stuff, shouldn't we just have that as part of this function in the spec? You think it belongs in the open API module? I think you're right. Okay. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I think that's good call. Like really, I was just looking for someone to back me up on the thing I was already planning on doing. But yeah. On the outer scope? I don't think it needs to be on an outer scope. I think it makes like if it's specific to the public API spec, I think it makes sense just right here in the spec. Like in the spec method. Personally. I think this is the right place for it. If it was something that would be used for both, then yeah. But if it's only for public, I think it belongs inside public. Yeah, exactly. All right, so then, oh, not what I wanted. Wait, what did I fucking do? Okay, it's over here. There we go. All right, so then, this would be something like, boom. All right, so that ends up being that. And then here we just need to fine tune this list of allowed helpers. I like that. I think that's a good. I think that's a good pattern. And can I say it's actually nice to get back to like doing real coding again. Like we're gonna do more like AI bullshit for sure. But I think for this one, I wanted to be very particular about how we did it. And man, whew, I got lucky. I almost missed the deadline for proposing a talk for Git merge. That would have bummed me out because I really want to go. If I can get accepted for a talk, they will fly me to Portugal. And I've never left the country besides Canada. And like when I say Canada, it was like Vancouver. It's like right there. It doesn't count. Lisbon is where Git merges. I don't like definitely not Vancouver. I think other parts of Canada would totally count. Yeah, Ian. Like if I went to where like Letterkenny was filmed, or where Corner Gas was filmed, I would consider that a different country. I'd be one of them degens from down country. Yeah, I've never been to Vancouver as an adult. I was, dude, I must have been like 15 last time I went. Are Canadians really as peaceful as they say? I mean, they say the word sorry a lot, but nah, man, they wouldn't have the idea of like the degens from upcountry in, you know, in Letterkenny if it wasn't like an actual thing, you know? Oh, interesting though. Brainless. I feel like we lost auto formatting. Like, why is our indentation fucked? Yeah, it's not fixing our indentation. I might have to switch back just for that. Hold on. I'm going to need you guys' help. Give me a second. Hold on. Give me a second. Editor format on save is absolutely a thing, Brainless. I have always had it. There we go. Now, what GIF do we think is a proper response, right? Anthropic saying like, "Ooh, you know." What's a good response GIF? I'm thinking it's this one. It's got to be this one. Ooh. Perfect. Nailed it. Come on, what is sentient? Oh, that's cool. Never even heard of it. Nifty. And what up, Zergu? How you doing? Dude, Trinity Mini, you're fucking killing me, dude. This is the slowest fucking model, man. It was fine at lower reasoning levels, but Trinity Mini at extra high is fucking killing me, dude. What the fuck, dude? I started running this model like these benchmarks 6 hours ago. I don't even think they've gotten to the JSON ones yet. But anyway, let's keep going. But yeah, Brainless. I absolutely have format on save. Like, I pretty much never work without format on save. But if we want to, right? Oh. Oh, okay, hold on. That's actually the issue. It's using the wrong formatter. Yeah, there was a conflict and it didn't know which one to use. I've seen this too many times. Typically, that's a Rust thing. Yeah, because we did restart things. Yeah. Well, I mean, it had to compile to know that like this stuff would, or the operation would be broken. I feel like it already did that, Brainless. Otherwise, how would it have been able to show the red when we added an extra prop to operation? You know? Okay. Sorry, my business address got some fucking mail bullshit. I gotta double check that. Just in case. Please return the survey by mail. No. Fuck that. All right, cool. Just got to make sure it's not some like fucking text document or some shit that I'm like sleeping on, you know? Like oof. So yeah, just had to double check that. And what up, Bato? Is it saving the file or compiling? It's supposed to be doing both. It says saving, but it's still going, man. I restarted the extension host. That was quick. All right, so it did it. And I just disabled Elixir LS. I didn't uninstall it. So yeah, there was definitely just something a little stale about it. But yeah, it got there. All right, so yeah, now we need to go through and figure out the things we want to add. So let's double check. We definitely do not want any of the auth stuff. Gone. Billing tiers, stats global, the webhook stuff. We do not need either. I don't think an API key is actually associated with a user, so we don't want to do that. Oh, you know what? Right, eventually. Right, we're going to want to do like an OAuth flow. I think the OAuth flow is actually going to need this, right? Okay, yep, that worked. You're a bit concerned with using the private function routes. Oh, okay. Is it truly a private function, though? Right? Like anything with a def p shouldn't be called elsewhere, right? So is it really private? Meant for internal usage? Well, I mean, it's internal to my API. Bam bam boom. No, you're probably right. You're probably right. Because they could change the underlying implementation. I guess functionally, would they, though? Like, if they're going to change the internal representation of what routes does, wouldn't the public-facing routes endpoint typically fail too? But they could always just rename it. And the top-level routes would be stable. So, I get it. I get it. You're probably right. I'm okay with it. Yeah, let's fix it. Sure, why not? Why not? Dude, this is way nicer. You're not wrong, dude. This is way nicer. Yeah, just the auto completion, just like showing me the functions available on a module. Dude, this is way nicer. Yeah, good call, dude. Expert solid. Yeah, thanks, Brainless. Look at the big brain on Brainless. But yeah, what's up, Standard? Mr. Sir. You doing anything fun for the 4th or whatever? Someone invited me for like a rooftop thing to go hang out. And then like go watch the fireworks. I don't think I'm actually interested in the fireworks part, but I mean, I do like the idea of burgers and drinks. You know, might as well. And they're working on bringing in other LSPs. What does that mean, right? When you say other LSPs, does that mean like the Credo LSP? So basically, like Expert will be the one LSP to rule them all? and in the darkness bind them. Temperature increase in the following days. It was 0 degrees Celsius today. That's not that bad. Do you not have a heater? Is the power still out, actually? Credo is different. It's just a linter. It absolutely has an LSP. No, I think you misunderstand that. Credo totally has its own LSP. Nah, Brainless is in South America. He just said it's 0 degrees Celsius where he's at. That is definitely nowhere in Europe. He's a little chilly in Chile. All right, so I don't think users is necessary, and it doesn't even really make sense. I get what you're saying, but if we go look at it, I'm almost positive they mentioned the word LSP. Oh, maybe not. I could have sworn I read somewhere about Credo LSP, but I guess I'm wrong. No, I could have sworn I saw like yeah, here we go, right? Elixir tools, right? Elixir extension with support for NextLS and Credo language server. Right? Now, is that them just being wrong? Maybe, but I saw it earlier, man. Credo language server. So maybe that's just separate, right? Maybe they created their own language server when other language servers didn't support, like Credo. Ah, deprecated? Okay. So there is the idea of a Credo LSP, but it's not anything anyone should be using. So that makes sense. Yeah, an LSP implementation for Credo. Got it. All right. So separate idea, separate thing. Totally get it. My bad. My bad. How's Masijo going? Pretty good. We're working on creating the public API for it, and once we have a public API, we can start thinking about like MCP server and some of that stuff. Yeah, no worries, Brainless. Whether he was being fully truthful, I think it was still a good signal, right? That Theo said he would totally use Masijo if I had an MCP server he could plug into other shit he's running like agentically, right? Which I think is smart. What I would wonder is, well, hold on. Let's look at like official MCP server catalog. There we go. Yeah, this is the one. There better be a search. All right. So then mention. Does mention have one? Nope. Brand 24. Nope. Oh, interesting, Nerdman. And deprecation and depreciation are separate things, but I can understand if that was like an autocomplete or something. But yeah, what's up, Nerdman? How you doing, dude? I feel like we haven't seen you in ages. Dude, last time you were here was like 8 months ago. Damn, dude. Damn, dude. But yeah, you've been here since 2018, so no stress. No stress. Been a while in both ways. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I guess this is the thing that would actually like separate me from other providers. Does OctoLens have one? Nope. So that's maybe the way that Masijo sets itself apart, right? All these other companies are just resting on their laurels. So if we can offer like a better agentic approach, I think there's some value there. Like we're gonna have to really think about what would go into an MCP server from Masijo, but shit, dude. Like the 3 biggest competitors I can think of right now do not have an MCP server. Yeah, no, I think this is a big win. I think whether Theo was being truthful in that he would use it or not, I think he was right in the fact that like it's a thing that needs to happen. So yeah. It took you guys 2 weeks to launch your MCP? Yeah, I mean, GitKraken has an MCP server. We've been working on it for like over a year. It started out pretty like loosey-goosey, and then it's gotten like way better since then. I think with like good curating of like the tools and things that we expose. But yeah, for Masijo, I think, dude, MCP server, that's the move. Yeah, that was good feedback. Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, we can always do just like the baseline and then other stuff. I think creating like proper tools that have a good scope, like, I don't know, I wouldn't mind vibe coding the fuck out of the MCP server. I don't give a shit. You know, like that does not bother me. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that was good feedback. Thanks, Theo. But yes, the first step is a public API, right? Nah, I think endpoints are a bad abstraction for what we're trying to do. Like, endpoints make sense from a specific level, but honestly, like, you want tools that orchestrate those things a bit better, in my opinion. But hold on, let me double check. Ahrefs, but for social media? Wait, what do you mean by that? Ahrefs is SEO, right? Yeah, this is not that. How about this? I would love it, Vagorge, if you could check it out for me, right? Check out the docs, frequently asked questions, even just homepage and like solutions pages. I'd love to get your feedback without like overly describing what the product is. Right? Like, please check some of that stuff out with a completely fresh set of eyes. Let me know what's obvious, you know, what could be better as you click around and check it out. Like, similar to the stuff with Ian yesterday. Like, I'm too close to Masijo in the same way I was too close to GitBench. Like, the shit seems obvious to me, man. That doesn't mean it actually is, though. Right? So yeah, if you could click around and check it out, I need that feedback. You know? And you can also just sign up for free. No big deal. Hold on. Damn it. Hold on. How do I make sure I get this? Hold on. I'm going to share this. That way, you know, I like replying in public, you know? It's not like it's going to be a good reply. Jesus. I don't know why that one fits. I like it. I don't know why I like that one though. Dude, you've had some bad takes before, but putting GCP over AWS takes the cake. Dude, the AWS interface sucks. The GCP one is awful. I would say Azure and GCP are about even as far as like, dude, honestly, yeah. Yeah, the Azure like UI experience, like UX is really fucking bad. Like, it's really fucking bad. Slightly better? Really? Because to me, it's like, oh, wait, where is this thing? You click and then you get to some other place and like, well, that's not what you wanted. But then you click around in a bunch of other ways and it's like, well, that's not what I wanted. Wait, how do I get to this one thing? I don't know. Like, dude, I don't know. Yeah, I guess I haven't done much with GCP. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like you're in a completely different like domain name all of a sudden. Like, I don't know, yeah. Maybe GCP and Azure are equal in that case. I could see that. I think they're probably equivalent. But yeah, Begorge, I wasn't trying to dismiss you. Like, I hope you weren't offended by that. But I really do need like a fresh set of eyes to help me figure out what I'm missing if it's not obvious about what the product does. Do you think updating your org is something you should be able to do? So yeah, org will allow. I think org stats is another good one. Um, I didn't see anyone explicitly say tomorrow morning, but it would make sense. All right, so yeah, org will allow org stats. Yeah. Org user. I don't think org billing is one we want to mess with. Oh, and you know what? We could have a separate list, right? This would be like right? We got allowed helpers. We would have maybe disallowed. Right? Disallowed routes, maybe? Or I don't know if it's routes that we want, though. That's the problem I'm having. You know, looking at what we got here. It's almost like I want to do a combination of maybe plug and plug opt. Or we could just do a straight up path, right? Disallowed paths. I think it's disallowed paths makes sense. Right, so we do it in a single pass at least. Oh, but we probably want to combine path and verb. Yeah, I get that, but this is a thing that really doesn't need to run in a majorly performant way. All right, 1 second. Yeah, so I get that, the gorge. That's some good feedback. I still wonder. I don't think the UI helps here, right? For a thing like cursor, it makes sense. For this, I don't think it does, because there's a bunch of shit you got to do to glue it together, right? Like adding a keyword isn't enough. You got to add notifications, right? You got to create lenses to get rid of the bullshit. It's really like a 3-step process to getting good value out of the app, and I don't think you show that very well in a single screenshot. Oh, yeah, maybe a video. I'm not a big fan of videos. But again, it's for the customer rather than me, so I get it. Sure. Yeah, I don't know. As far as like cold outreach and like doing sales, I will have like public facing versions for companies, right? Like, hey, you are, I don't know, open code. You want to listen for keywords on your competitors and yourself? Here's what it could look like. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Like, I plan on doing some kind of like public facing sales version of what like a company might need. So then I just send them that link rather than like a link to our page or a video or some bullshit. And it's just simply like, here's all the things your social media team missed. Well, no, it's more like hef, like oh man, someone's complaining about Claude Code or Codex or Pi or whatever, some harness. Someone from open code as the devrel slash social media person could slide into the thread or the DMs of a person complaining about a competitor, kind of thing, right? But yeah, just in general, that's a product I think, or that's a like an approach to sales that I would be totally into. And then your understanding, it monitors social media platforms for keywords, uses AI to filter matches, and sends notifications. You notice broken frequently asked questions sections displaying raw paragraph tags. Yeah. We need to be better about scrubbing some of those. So yeah, good feedback there. I'll at least add that as an issue for later. Oh, we're in App API. Yeah. Oh, I tagged it wrong. Oh, and then hold on. I disagree. Nah. You need issue tracking, you need triaging, you need deduping and all that shit. I will say I am losing steam though. So let me just do this. We'll save what we got. I will leave a leaving off. You guys use Asana, you're just bad at using it. Yeah, I get it. And then hold on. Yep. Without an issue tracker, you'd go insane. Yep. Sounds about right. Agashoma, how's the rice? The rice is in a rice cooker, so it just turns over and kicks into the like the keep it warm mode after it's cooked. Honestly, like a really good rice cooker is essential. Right? For anything that's not like instant rice, you know. But okay, so I think we got a good leaving off. Tomorrow is Wednesday, which means tomorrow's a day off. I won't be on this stream. I'll be on the gaming stream. I got a lot of like typing and bullshit to do tomorrow. This thing does seem stalled, which is annoying. I'm going to have to figure that out. But yeah, so... And yeah, it's a very short username. Who do we go raid? Who's streaming right now? All right, so some leak code, more cyber doctor. Oh, program's going. No, that's what we're doing. We go raid program. Have a good time zone, everyone. All right, so we're gonna go raid this dude named Program, Jeff Lindsay. He's kind of big time. He's done all sorts of shit. At least as far as I remember, he's also credited with coining the term webhook, which is crazy, right? So yeah, he's big time. He does a lot of really good like Go stuff. I think that's probably like the language he's working in right now. Oh, and we can hear him. I didn't realize we could hear him. Give me a sec. There we go. So yeah, we're gonna go raid into program stream. And yeah, he's a cool dude. So let's go see what he's up to. We got the timer ticking down. Let me stop the Twitter and YouTube streams. I definitely didn't overdo the whiskey tonight. Pretty proud of myself there, right? Yeah, I'll be over on gaming stream. I don't know if I'm actually gaming. We'll probably like, while I'm eating dinner and doing some of that, we're going to be watching shows. I might be able to hop into some games towards the end or something, or maybe towards the beginning. We'll see. I'm not sure, but I will be on the gaming channel. We're going to start out co-working, though. So, thank you, Twitter. Thank you, YouTube.